Hello, hi everyone. It's Bagger. It is Sunday evening, January 26th at about 7:11. Lucky 7:11, right? We said on Friday, if you remember, we were had a a modest day as I remember. We had a modest week, but we said we were going to stay short going into the weekend, just in case that it looked technically like we would maybe get some follow through and boom. They gapped her down. So we're gonna, every once in a while you have an opportunity like this, so we'll lock it in before we go to bed. But we're gonna stay on it. We got a lot of wood in this trade, so um, it happens, right? What we don't want, what we have zero tolerance for, though, are negative outliers. Negative outliers. And the likelihood of the possibility that we were going to do that to the upside was very, very remote. We weren't going to do that. Not tonight. No, not based on where we were from last week. Be sure to visit the site. Let us know if you get any questions. I'm not going to bend your ear. We have, let's see, this is from 12:45. This was on Friday, the ES. And we are short, happily so, with put contracts on the S&P. So we're in really, really nice shape there, probably going into tomorrow. This one went short on Friday. We're virtually right on top of this trade here, 20, $30. That was at noon, remember? And we had a nice little run up, but we verbalized that. If you want to go back and listen to the live session on Friday afternoon, we ended up going all the way to the close on it. We won't be able to do that much time this week. We have just too many folks in and around Q school, so we'll do the best we can. At 110, the Dow went short. At 150, the Russell went short. At 320, gold goes short. Silver was in the morning. Oil futures short on Friday. This is Bitcoin tonight at 6:05. I'm sorry, nat gas. And then Bitcoin was also at 245, 15 grand in a Bitcoin and Ethereum. That is a beautiful thing. Is this the week too, by the way? Remember, there were gap ups, right? There were gap ups over the last week or 10 days. Is this the week that we're going to go down and get those gaps? We're going to do that tomorrow and Tuesday? Maybe, maybe. If it does, we got a big fat one. So we're going to sit on it. We'll let you watch. Let's go look at let me put the NQ on a 60 minute. Let's just see where we are. I think the 60 minute had just gone, right? Yeah, do you remember the 60 minute? We looked at this on Friday afternoon, remember? It was 5 hours ago, 5 hours ago, going back to Friday, 5 trading hours. That was at 3 p.m. on Friday. There's the 4 grand. And we saw that, right? We looked at it and I said, you know what, kids, we had a small little profit, I think. He said, um, well, actually, we had a drawdown. We worked off the draw, but we were, marginally either down. I think we were down 300 or 400 bucks going into the close. I said, we'll just sit on it, see what they want to do on Sunday night. And that's a beautiful thing. The daily, let's take a look at the daily. And here's the daily, and this is where we are. Now we were up in here, right? So now we're headed back down to 21,523. And guys, if they come in and blow this down, um, we don't know where it'll, how low, not on this view, but so that could be a beautiful thing. We always try to put ourselves in position, and that's what I was trying to describe last week. We don't always get every positive outlier, right? We don't. But I'm always constantly trying to. It's kind of funny that we're up 6,000 because I said on Friday, I'd like to put myself in a position to get 5 or 6,000. By the way, I have the strategy turned off, right? I did not. If I left the strategy on, she would have taken me out. We would have gapped down and I would have got out with like she would have knocked us out because it was a profit target at 5 grand. But when we gap down like that on a Sunday night, I'm just gonna, I'll fly the plane from here. Now remember, there are 24 trading days in a month. If you're a futures trader, and you count Sunday nights, and I love Sunday nights. I love one. It's back to work, right? I love going back to work because I'm working for myself, and Susie, and for our members, and I love what we do. So I really, really look forward to get going. Um, can only play so much golf. Then, but if you take, but I was unusual that we were doing what we're doing on Friday. It was unusual because I don't usually um, be trading at all on Friday. So if you take Fridays out, that leaves you 20 trading days and, $100 a day, give or take, right? 100 is 2,000 a month. If you're trading a mini, or it could be even a micro, it doesn't matter. But 100 a day, 200, it's going to be 4,000, 500, it's going to be 10,000. And as you get going and you just kind of go slow and steady and repeat, rinse, repeat, and just stay within a pattern, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 months, you'll hone you're actually going to be changing your own behavior. You'll be honing your trading and you'll get more and more comfortable is the idea. And then you will, rather than trying to punch out every trade and try to, with one trade make 5 or 6 grand. That's not going to happen all the time. But during the course of a month, you will get a couple of them. You will. Yeah. Well, we missed a few these last, week or 10 days. I'm like, man, Susie, we missed a couple. And, but we get them all the time. There'll be rest assured, later this week, there'll be another big fat one coming back the other way. Hopefully it's, quite a bit lower from here, and maybe we catch that one too. So we want positive outliers. We don't want negative outliers. And we can do that using the machinery. We absolutely can do that. Where people get negative outliers is they don't know what they don't know, and they put on a trade, and then it goes against them badly, and they're like, oh man, well, I don't want to take it because, it'll come back and it gets worse and it gets worse and it gets worse. And next thing you know, they're in trouble. They do it with stocks, they do it with options. We don't do that. Zero, zero. We just don't do it. And and we spend quite a bit of time, helping folks and teaching folks how to have zero tolerance for negative outliers. So, in any case, I'm sure there might be a story attached to this. I had to guess, maybe the yen. Yeah, maybe. Do we have the yen? Let's go down here and see if we got it. Yeah, there's the yen. Yeah, it's not up that much. She's at 0.64610. We've been accumulating yen in futures contracts as a position trade underneath. We're going to continue to do it underneath 65. Then when it gets over 65, we're going to just sit on them. And we'll just keep rolling them over. Here's the Aussie dollar. She's also been beat up too, but I think that yen is a decent, I think a decent midterm trade of sorts. Any questions, let us know. I'm going to stay out of your way. I've lost my chat function here. Maybe I'm going to, let me go back to YouTube, and I didn't have a chat function. Sometimes it doesn't show up. Be sure to push the notification button to um, should we punch up at a particular or a peculiar time, you would get notification. I really I'm not going to be able to keep to a schedule. I wish I could. I really do, but I can't. We just got too much happening. Let's see. Whoops. Trying to get this thing set up here. See if the chat function comes back. So if you get any questions, feel free. Yeah, there it is. Yep, there it is. All right, we're good. We're good. Trump isn't wasting any time, is he? I think he's whichever way you look at it, he's either going to be better or worse than you thought. But I think he's going to be better or into it worse than people thought if this was just his second term. The guy seems to have some sort of steely-eyed resolve this time, a tremendous amount of confidence, tremendous amount of people around him that maybe he didn't have the first time. So if you're outside the States, folks, you better buckle your chin straps and as we stay here in the States because this dude is not messing around. I mean, he is 79. On Friday, he flew from DC to North Carolina, spoke with, held a presser, and then, but also had a meeting and spoke with the residents on the ground there. Then he and his wife, they get back into Air Force One. Granted, I mean, it's Air Force One. They fly to California. They have meet with people there. They hold a town meeting and they turn around and fly home. And I think yesterday, well, I think he flew back, I think into Miami. I mean, it's crazy. I mean, that's a long day for anybody. I mean, that's a long day. Even if you're taking a nap on an airplane, I mean, you're going coast to coast in the same day. I think pretty remarkable. So he is, and he is just doing a ton of stuff. What we're going to do is we're going to put brackets around this 5 minute here, this trade here. This is the one that we're on. We were on it a little bit before 3 o'clock, and oh, actually 3 o'clock was the 1 hour one, but we're gonna bracket this one. Maybe we should put the bracket right here, right? This is the one that we're basically on that goes all the way over here. That's a beautiful thing. So the position is up 1.54%, meaning the difference between the entry price on the trade from noon on Friday and where it is now is 1.54%. But because it's a leveraged product, a futures contract, which we had the firepower to take it over, we had plenty of capital to do that. Um, that's how much we're up. If you had traded one micro, you'd be up $680. If you had traded 10 minis, you take the rest of the week off. You're up 68 grand. This is our Renko view of the S&P. Excuse the writing. This is the bracket that we drew in on the other stuff. So, but here is the Renko on the S&P. This is what we busted through last week. So it would be normal, which this is what it's doing. She is going to pull back, and I would expect it at minimum to get on the S&P futures 60.57. She might do that tonight. Now, if she breaks through this tomorrow, the likelihood is she would come down and pause and then maybe bounce, maybe. And then that would release the information we need to know. Is she going to take that out on the next leg up? Well, she does. Hey, we go with it. If she doesn't, if she pulls back, bounces, shallow bounce, and then starts the leg down, then what are we going to get? We're going to get one of these, which is going to be a C point down. And then if we can break through and get underneath 60.57, and I have puts out to the end of March that we got at 6,100. So I'm thinking we are. We get down into here, that would be 59.80. What is that? 59, oh, basically 6,000, but in round numbers. And if she takes that out, then she'll probably take that out. And then we want to be coming, this would be the plan. Can we get down this week to 5,800? I think so. I think so. Um, and if you're holding some big boy S&P put options that that we're holding, and we go to 5,800, that's going to be a pretty nice payday. Hard to do, when the market's going up and everyone was super, super bullish last week. Not us. You guys have to explain to me because I don't know if this is a factor or not. I sometimes notice that when I'm talking on YouTube, more people show up. And when I'm not talking, less people there. There's not a lot of people here anyway, so I get that. But I'm like, do somehow or another, is there a notice going out like someone's talking on these on I don't care whose the session is. I don't know. Is there some way of, or maybe it's just my imagination. I don't know. But in any case, I'm not gonna bend your ear here. Answer any questions, but we'll let you just watch and peace and quiet. I'm doing some nightly work, working on the nightly video for all of our members and getting ready for a week as well. And as I do that, I like to listen to various podcasts and audiobooks and just get ready. But any questions, you let us know. Once again, folks, I'm just poking my head in. Anybody's got any questions about anything, don't hesitate. And we got a nice gap down, nice little gap at the open. Swing machine on the 60-minute NQ, shorted 3 o'clock Friday. We decided to hold it. Yeah. Hey, Scotty. Scotty Z. Thanks. I just say hello to everyone. This isn't the only decision-making trading tool that we have. It's one of about 70. It's what we call the swing machine. I trade in Q. Oh, okay, 99% of the time, just habit, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, we keep when we do these, we pretty much keep up in Q, but because it's the most popular leverage. Everyone likes to trade it by the weight. If you can trade the NQ, you can trade anything. It's the crazy aunt in the basement, but we do trade other markets, right? And we trade options. And this particular school tool is called SMC Swing Machine. It is our proprietary code with about 800 lines of code that is operating on TradeStation's proprietary tool called Radar Screen. They're the only ones who have it. We can trade this in a number of configurations. We can trade multiple different time frames, of course. We can trade it down to a tick level, multiple ticks. We can trade one time frame against another. We can trade multiple markets. We can do all kinds of hedging. Really, really great stuff. And but this isn't the only tool. So I just want everyone to know that. And by the way, this is just one mini contract. We were trading it much of Friday. The 60-minute, let me give you a view. The 60-minute NQ went short at 3 p.m. So we decided to hold it over the weekend. And also, of course, the dailies looked very ripe for pullback too. So that's where we got this gap. And we're gonna try to ride it here overnight. It does not use, this tool does not use moving averages or stochastics or MACDs or anything else. There are places that we might use a little of that. we'll tell you where we use it, but we don't use it here. It isn't, repackaged. We've been doing this now for, well, it's scary, 20 something, 24 years. We were trading even before that. Before that, though, I had a normal job or normal career and my job then was to teach surgeons how to work with the most advanced surgical instruments of the day. That's what I did. And then in an endeavor to teach my wife Susan what I had been doing in the markets, she was going to take over this part of her life full time. And what happened was we started developing all these tools together, and I took a sabbatical and never went back. And then in 2012, Twitter was coming out, and we had this idea that I wonder if there are other people out there that would like to trade what we call mechanically, robotically, so they can minimize the emotions of fear and greed and maximize their profits. And that's what we do. So we invite you, Scotty, to take a look at the website if you want to know more, of course. And there's a whole lot of educational videos there about who we are, what we're about, how we approach things. And if that resonates with you and you still have questions, feel free to email us, and you're also welcome to call. So that's where we be. We're not presenting any of these robots as holy grails. There really isn't a holy grail other than the Holy Grail being you. You. We're about learning to trade your game. These are tools. These are tools. Yeah, just like, flight control in a plane or a skill saw, you still need to, be a pilot. You still need to be a carpenter. If you're comparing it to a surgical robot, you still need to be a surgeon to operate these robots, right? There isn't, if you're looking for something out there that's just going to like automatically make you money and you don't have to know anything and you don't have to do anything, let me know when you find it because um, it doesn't exist. We do this because we absolutely love it. It's just, I can't wait to get started. So, but thank you. Thank you for the question. You're welcome to watch. The NQ isn't the only one. The ES at 12:45, the YM, these are all from Friday, and of course, Bitcoin, huge, huge leverage. It went short on Friday. No, actually, the 24th was when? Yeah, it was Friday. Yeah, it was Friday at let's see, what time was that? 2:45. Now, if you're still hodling your Bitcoins, good, good. Hodl them. I don't have a problem with that. Just learn how to hedge them that's all. I'm a semi-retired cabinet maker. Well, there you go. So Scotty, I joke about this, and it's a true story. So, I tell it over and over again ad nauseum for the folks that have heard it. But, I thought I was pretty handy, and so the cornices of my house, the little corner, where the cornice, the trim kind of met, and was kind of rotted because the water had hit it. So I said to my wife, Susan, I can do that. And I go down to Lowe's and I buy myself a beautiful skill saw. I'd never had a skill saw before. I never had one in my hands before. And I bought myself the wood and everything, and I'm out there and I got it taken down all right. I got it cut out. I didn't use the skill saw to cut it out. I used a little saw. But in any case, my wife comes out and I got a stack of wood there. And you know, do you think I could make that 45-degree cut? It was the most maddening thing I had ever tried. I Because not only was it at a 45, but it was also at a bevel, at an angle. I couldn't get those two pieces of wood to match. And so um, I'm out there really frustrated, and I said to my wife, I got to go to Lowe's and I got to get more wood. With that, fortunately, my neighbor came out and said, Don, what are you doing? And I explained to him. So he took the wood, some of the wood that I had, boom, 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 made a couple of cuts, and there, fit like a glove. Embarrassed the hell out of me. And but he's a carpenter. He's a master carpenter. Um, It sounds like Scotty, you're, also probably master carpenter, cabinet maker. So you can go to these stores, you can get that's a compound mitered joint, almost impossible to do by hand. Well, that's good to know. Because that's the way I felt about it. That was hard. But he did it like in 5 minutes. I was like, he just did it. I couldn't do it again. I wasn't something, I just wanted to get it done and get it tacked up. And it did. It came out okay, came out just fine. Yeah. So the point being, right, I could have all the tools that you have, and I'm not gonna make a cabinet like you make a cabinet. Um, you have to learn. You have to learn, you have to put in the time. So we do provide these tools. These tools you can get. The way that you can get them, a couple of different ways, two different ways. One, you be a monthly member and you can get a video view of the algos at night. That'll give you a daily view, not intraday, because intraday, you've got to see these tools intraday. Intraday is for annual members, and then they get all the tools. They don't get just Swing Machine, they get them all, 65 or 70 growing. They get them all, but they also get the education to work with them. And it's learn to trade your game. You're not in competition with me. We have members that have blown me away. And so that's kind of what we're about. Kenneth is asking, why did the market open down 200 points? I have no effing idea. You know, I don't know. That's the rational side of your brain asking those questions, and I don't answer them. Don't even attempt to. It's pointless, right? We are all about signals over noise. Now, if somebody wants to chat, and have a conversation about economics and it was this and it was that. I'm not into the political scene. Everyone has their politics, you know. But if we had that answer, we wouldn't be here. I forget what the question was. Oh, why? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Why? Why? That is the rational sign, right? That's the rational sign. The thing of it is that when you've been doing this long enough, we've been doing it a long time. Um, there's a couple of things going on here. Um, Folks want to. Uh, it's the rational side of your brain. You want to have a reason for everything, right? It's how our minds think. And Wall Street, it's not just Wall Street, it's Wall Street and Madison Avenue that are playing everybody like a fiddle. Um, our minds, I don't know if you know this or not, but the way our minds work is they catalog things. So, when you used to go to they had these buildings back years ago. They were, they were called libraries. They keep all these books and stuff on the shelf. And when people would stumble into these buildings, they would go to the card catalog and there'd be like a Dewey Decimal System, and then you'd look them up and then you go into the stacks and find a book and take it home and read it. And but our minds have their own like Dewey Decimal System of the way they remember things. And the way they remember things is by stories, narratives, narratives. So if and I share this, if I tell you a story and I tell you that king, the king, when he got back to the castle from being out in battle, he killed his nephew. He took his head off. And do you know why he did that? Because when he was out in battle, his nephew was having his way with the queen, and the king found out about it. So when the king got back, there was a lot of gossip going around the castle, and the king found out, and he killed his nephew and he took his head off. Kind of crazy ass story. In 2 weeks, I'm going to ask you, who did the king kill and why? And you're going to remember. But if I didn't tell you the story, if I didn't tell you the narrative, you wouldn't remember it at all. It would just be a factoid that would just blow through and blow out. So Madison Avenue and Wall Street and and the fake, we used to call before Trump, before Trump, I used to call the media the faux media, financial in the financial media. That's what I was talking about, faux, FAUX, because they're the worst of the worst. And I have no TV in my office. I don't subscribe to the Wall Street Journal. I don't subscribe to the IBD. I do listen to some financial podcasts because I find it, mildly entertaining. Um, but I don't trade on any of the noise, signals over noise. So when the market sells off, I don't ask why. I really don't care. I might, catch a headline, find, oh, isn't that kind of amusing? It is always interesting to me, though, that when the market drops three, four, 500 points, everyone wants to know why. And there'll be 100,000 people telling you why and had they had it right and this and that and that and this. But they never seem to want to know why when the thing is, melting up and up and up. They never really, it's just like, oh, because it is whatever. So I make you aware of how your own mind works. And it can be, if a person stays with it, it can be debilitating. Now, there is one little exception to this a little bit. Um, when we invest, Susan and I, and an investment to us is something we plan on holding for at least a year, hopefully 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, or longer. And when we start to do that, we will look at and use our technicals. We most certainly will, but we will also consider the fundamentals. And some people might say, well, there's a narrative to that. And yes, there very well could be. And if we're going to do it for the longer term. But anything less than a year, and certainly anything intra-day or intra-evening or intra-week, it don't effing matter. It just doesn't. Just doesn't. So I'd simplify your life. Take the TV, throw it away, cancel your subscriptions to the Wall Street Journal and any other journal. And if you're trying to follow some guru who's going to tell you he's got a time cycle or quad one, quad two, an economic this, economic that, inflation, deflation, and every once in a while he gets a golf shot on the screws, have at it, go for it. But that ain't us. That is not us. Happy to chat about it. I mean, you want to, I if you're the way I like to think about it is if you're honest with yourself, and I think that I am, I could make a case that the NASDAQ or the S&P, let's pick on the S&P, is going to 20,000. And I could also make a case that the S&P is going to revisit the lows of 2008. Either way, I could, but I'm not gonna trade on it. I'm not gonna invest on it. I'm just going to trade the signals over noise. And if that makes sense and that resonates with you, feel free to, check out the website and it's kind of a miracle that you found us because we don't advertise. We don't. I wish everyone the best. You're welcome to watch. Scotty, thanks for the chatter and we'll be here. If you go back to, by the way, this position on Friday, you go back to the live session, you'll hear me commenting on what we're going to do and why. So technically there was a really, really nice setup, and we shared this with our members as well on Thursday and Friday. There was a really, really nice setup that this thing would gap down tonight. Technically, and markets will do that. There was little to no risk that we were going to be, gapping up. Very little. And it's all about measuring the probabilities and mapping the risk. You can't take it out. You can't, but you can mitigate it. I was just mentioning that, in my earlier days, being in surgery, I spent a lot with orthopods, and they were very much like carpenters, very much. And we were teaching some of the new instrumentation, new things when they were doing total knees. Now, I didn't touch patients and had a chance to work with many of these instruments, but in the hands of a skilled orthopedic surgeon, some surgeons, and they were still very, very good surgeons, they had enough instruments to fill the back of a van when the instruments would have to come into surgery. There were that many trays and trays and trays of these instruments, and they may take them 2 or 3 hours to do a procedure. There was a surgeon that he was in a position where he was teaching many of the young pups coming up, and he would do a total knee, replace the knee, total knee back in the day with just 6 instruments, 6. And he would do it from first incision to closure in 30 minutes. And he would do 10 a day. Phenomenal. But he was a craftsman. He was an artist. He was ridiculously good. I mean, it was just even today. Now he's probably long since retired, but so this is trading is a skill set, and I'm not saying that I have that skill in trading. I'm not positioning myself that way. I am not. I'm very humbled by these markets. Feels wonderful, to do what we do. I love doing what we're doing, and we have certainly had members that came in with more trading experience than me. We have had members come in with much less trading, no trading experience, and a number of them go on to do much, much better than Susan and me. Much, much better. Truly. No skin off our nose. Doesn't hurt me. It's not a zero-sum game. I'm not in competition with anybody, and nor are you. Shouldn't be, anyways. You just want to, you're in competition with the golf course, you're in competition with the market, and you want to draw it out. And that's what we do. And fortunately, we use technology. Now, if you are listening and you are in another part of the world, and you have any faint hope of becoming an annual member to us, well, one of the first things that you're going to want to find out is, do you have access to TradeStation? The reason being is you don't need to have TradeStation to be a monthly member, but to go through the Q School, we're really probably going to need to make it a requirement. Right now, you don't have to, but if you do, it's going to be much better. But to be an annual member, you have to have TradeStation, and ideally, the same version we have here in the States, because our programs will only work on their platform. They won't work on anyone else's. And a lot of these other brokerages won't even let you do any program trading, and they're never going to allow you to do it. TradeStation does and will. And but there are some countries that, for whatever reasons, they don't let you do it. You can probably guess at what those reasons are. I don't really know unless they've changed, unless it's changed. So I'm not going to mention what those countries are because maybe it's changed in the last 24 hours. I don't know. There's a lot changing in the world right now, right? There's a lot going on. There's a lot going to be. That's for sure. It's going to be a very volatile, and as traders, we love the volatility, right? Up and down, down and up. If these numbers are too big for you, this is just one mini. This has just been a 2% move since Friday from the signal to where we are, 9 grand. If you had done this with a micro, you'd be up $915. If you did it with 10 minis, you're up 91,000. Exact same thing. And what we teach is scalable. It it doesn't matter. You just don't want to over leverage a small account. The biggest mistake people make, or they do it with a lot of different things, or over compensate or over leverage, their skill, right? We're gonna let you watch. Have fun. And why did the king kill the nephew? Kidding. Now, there are some, over the last 2 weeks, there are some gap ups, right? There are some gap ups in the market, and they haven't been filled. And maybe we go down and fill them the next couple of days. Kind of like filling a hole with putty. It's filling it because it is there. It don't look good. And all gap ups, all gap ups, especially gap ups on entire markets, get filled. It's just a question of when they get filled. Usually entire markets like the Nasdaq will get filled in relatively short order within within usually within days. Stocks can have what they call a breakaway gap, and they may not get filled for years, but they will get filled. All gap ups get filled. Gap downs don't have to get filled. They don't. Something can gap down and never go back to fill it. So when you put the S&P 500 SPY, stocks or futures usually don't show many gaps, although tonight it gapped. But although I wasn't here right at 6, but I think it gapped. Well, it looks, it appears. But if you look at your SPY on a daily, you're going to see those gaps over the last couple of weeks. There are some gaps that go back months that down there too, and those are going to get filled too. It's just a matter, it's a question of when. And I'd be a very, very happy camper to see those gaps get filled in the next few days. Some of them, most recent ones. But if this can continue overnight, we'll be gapping down in the morning. This is really, it seems like it's like the first full week where we don't have a holiday, we don't have, a funeral going on, we don't have an inauguration. Kind of feels like the first full week of the year. So this could be fun the next couple of days here. We're gonna watch this thing overnight. We'll put on some sort of a break even stop on this. And it's just the way that I like to trade. So we were talking about this on Friday. I'll probably put a stop where I'll protect half of this thing, and try to be able to stay with the trade overnight and into the morning and into tomorrow. Now we do something outrageous, we go down 20, that we go down, another 2%, we go down 4 or 5% tomorrow, then this thing will come off and we'll put 20 grand in our pocket, and I might go play golf for a day or so. Kidding, kidding. We'll be here. Um, we'll see how we do, right? But as the old song goes, you don't want to count your money, right? The gambler. We're not gambling, but who's that guy who sang the gambler song? You don't count the money until the dealing's done, until the trade's over. Then you can, see where you're at. But we don't track money per se. We don't really track percentage return. We track profit factor, and risk factor. Tells us how much money we're making per dollar for every dollar we're putting at risk. That's the metric we want to use when we're trading as a business. Everything else is just noise. If you are making decisions about money, when to get in, when to get out, um, you may not realize it, you may not think so, but I can promise you, you're trading greed and fear and greed, and they will get you. They will. It'll, they bank on it. Now, I don't know. I don't think this has anything to do with why the market's down. But I tell you what, here is a snippet. If this is true, you got to always know, but it probably is. It sounds like Trump. Breakdown of Colombia news today. Colombia abruptly rejects two military flights carrying illegals after previously approving them. Trump goes golfing at the Trump National Doral Golf Club in Miami, which is a gorgeous golf course, by the way. Trump sends out a post on True Social, which is his Twitter, imposing a 25% tariff on Colombia. Colombia quickly responds and offers up the presidential plane to help repatriate deportees. Trump posts on um, posts an AI photo of himself with the text FAFO. FAFO. Now I had to look it up because I didn't know what FAFO was. You know what it is? Fuck around and find out. Not me. That's Trump. Talking to Colombia. FAFO. Ah, folks. I mean, I don't know. All I can tell you is just going to be one hell of a ride. I just say in Mexico wouldn't take any of the flights. They could be next. I mean, he might hit him with a 50% tariff. He's not. I mean, he's not bluffing at this point. He isn't. Um, so it's going to be something else. We're going from no president to, to nobody even know who's in charge. There's no question who's calling the shots on this thing. Like it or not, it's going to be one, like I say, one hell of a ride. There will be volatility for sure. I don't think that's where that's coming from. I don't. I don't. We're going back to that where signals over noise. Could be all kinds of things. Could be something else the next couple of days. Could be, you never know, right? We don't know what we don't know. When it comes to the markets, whether a person is their first trade or whether a person has millions, whether a person has hundreds of millions, whether a person has billions, they all want to protect it. They all want to make more. It's like when the one universal truisms, and they will move. They will make movements to either make more money or protect money. And when it flows, they leave tread marks. We just don't want them to leave them on our back. And we trade that volatility, extract the cash flow, and and just have a nice day, have a nice week, have a nice month, have a nice year. That's about it. Incredible, incredible times right now. You're welcome. You're welcome, Jeffrey. Any questions that folks have, feel free to put them in the chat and I'll answer. Otherwise, I'm gonna, we're here doing the nightly video for our members, but I don't want to interrupt. Pretty right now, pretty quiet evening. She gaps down, a little stunned, or they're stunned. That stunted the market. Then this sort of thing can accelerate as we go in. A lot of times right after 11:30, 11:45, once the eastern seaboard of the United States goes to bed, goes to sleep, sometimes you can see an acceleration, and then Europe comes on at about 2 or 3 o'clock. They're going to be caught. This thing's going to catch them maybe by surprise. Then you could see some follow through. We could be down a bunch. We could be really gapping down. Now, the natural reaction is why? And if the media gets hold of it and they want to wrap some story around it or wrap something, and in that story, that narrative catches the imagination in the morning, well, maybe we got ourselves a barn burner. We'll see. No, we are not live all the time. And in fact, you're coming through Zoom or not Zoom. Well, we are broadcasting Zoom into YouTube. YouTube has you on a 30, 40-second delay. Maybe not the best image. You might want to put it, I think you can set this setting at 1080p. No, we're not we're not punching this up for folks to take trades. That's not what we're doing. We will punch up in a live mode periodically to create awareness of who we are, what we're about, what we're doing, with the hopes that folks that are interested in if this type of trading approach appeals to them, they'll go visit the website and maybe they become a member. That's why we're doing it. We're not trying to prove an outcome. Nope. We're not trying to, hand out the fish. Nope. Um, And if you're looking for that sort of thing, that's not us. Maybe others are doing that sort of thing. That's not us. We're about mentoring, empowering folks to learn to trade their own game, and to jumpstart that, we actually provide them the tools to use to get underway as an annual member. And but it is an acquired skill set, Jeffrey. I just want you to know that. So if anyone's passing through, this isn't a gimmick. This isn't, you know, um, a silly season for us. We're not. We're very, very serious about what we're doing, and our members are too. And we're trading as a business, and we're just giving you a glimpse of what that is. But you must have good acquired trading skill. We were talking to Scotty. He's a professional cabinet maker. Um, the likelihood that you're going to go to Lowe's, buy a bunch of wood and then some tools, and then the next day make a cabinet like Scotty can make a cabinet, the likelihood of that happening is slim and none. Not gonna happen, is it, Scotty? Nope, nope. But I bet you what, I bet you though, if Scotty was mentoring you and you know, and you were really, really interested in making cabinets and passionate and worked at it and worked at it, worked at it, you might get yourself there. So we're not presenting these tools as something you're just gonna plug in and they're automatically gonna print you money. It may look like that. We make it look easy, but just like watching a golf swing on YouTube, behind the good golf swing is a lot of practice and a lot of quiet skill, like anything else. So we're happy to work with. We've had folks come in with no trading experience at all. We've had folks come in with even more. Very serious about what we do. Hi, Jeffrey. Jeffrey, I'm not familiar with them at all, so I don't know anything about them. I don't, I've seen a lot that's online. I don't see anyone doing anything close to what we're doing. I don't. I really don't. We'll also remind everyone, and our membership is such that, it's not a high pressure thing at all. We actually slow everything way down. If a person joins as a monthly member, you just got to let me know a date. We'll connect one morning on that date, and we'll give you a private Zoom feed, and we'll give you a tour of a lot of what we do. And then you can hang out the rest of the day on Zoom, not on YouTube, but on Zoom. So I do want you to know we just call it a hall pass. So if that's something that, you want to do, that's a great way to start. And it's $100 a month. You're not happy in a month, you're out $100, but we have a very high retention on the monthly. And especially if you're an options trader, right? We got a lot of tools for options. I mean, I'm just going to show everybody, we're going to have some writing on this, but let me go to the options club selector and let me just look here. This is the S&P 500. So we only had on Friday afternoon, these would have been the only two out of the entire S&P 500, the only two long Electronic Arts and a seller put credit spread. Now over here, look at all the option setups. And our members would have been seeing this on Friday. How do you think those are going to do tomorrow morning? Many of them, they're going to do really well, really well. One of the things that we can do both mechanically and robotically is, let me just show you, I'm probably not going to trade it this way, but I could. I'm going to add another blank row, add a blank row, and I'm going to put the MNQ 25. Same market. No, I forgot the H there. Um, MNQH 25. It's the micro Nasdaq. And yeah, it's a little bit off by a tick or so. That's just a liquidity issue at this hour. And but what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this on a 1 minute. Okay, so it did go long. It did go long 28. Let me see if I can widen this out here too a little bit. As an example here, just widen this out. Oops, do it this way so we can see that there's another long re-entry there. Um, so actually, let me remove that red one. I messed that up, but that's okay. So what you can do, so 28 minutes ago, the NQ went long on the 1 minute. What you could have done was stay short. I could have stayed short here and then gone, let's say, 5 micros long. And how much would I be up? This is just one micro 21. It would be up $100. So, you know, it would it would be a way of hedging your position. We can do that mechanically, and we can also do it robotically, right? Which you really would want to be doing robotically, so you don't have to think about it. It smooths out your account, and you could have even done it with full hedge, right? So instead of, being up five of these, if you did 10, you would have hedged, $200. So instead of, seeing the drawdown at 8,700, we would still be at, 8,900, that sort of thing as a possibility. I won't confuse the issue here though tonight, so I'll kind of take that back out of there. But that is an example of some of the things that we can do and some of the things that we will try to teach during the Q School. Things that, most likely, you know, but you may already be familiar with, but most people aren't, and they just don't know what they don't know yet. And that's how you learn. If you had wanted to trade, if you didn't want to trade the 5 minute and you wanted to trade the hourly signal, I can put this on an hour, and it went short at 3 o'clock on Friday, and you'd be up 6 grand. We went short a little bit before that because we were trading the 5 minute, and we were up a little bit, and we stayed with it and decided to carry it overnight. We described that. If you go back to the Friday session and zero in about 1 or 2 o'clock, you'll hear me talking and describing what it is we're doing and why. On a daily basis, on a daily, this thing is still long. It's now she's underwater a little bit too. She is now underwater, but she went long on a daily like 6 days ago, but she's given up all that profit. On a weekly basis, she's going to be long. She went long 37 weeks ago. And if you had stayed with the discipline and you got long on the first week that she went long and you stayed and you didn't try to come out and trade, get too cute with it, you could have hedged some, you'd be up 39 grand, 37 weeks, 40 grand. Now, if you did 10 of them, you're trading your portfolio, you did 10 of them, that's $400,000, 37 weeks. Did a micro, it's 3,900. Now, if you waited for a weekly signal and you ran up 500 bucks and you took your 500, well, you may be waiting another 20 weeks to get it. I don't know. So you got to know the market you're trading in, the interval you're trading on a monthly basis. I'm not even sure we're going to be able to see this monthly. Um, yeah, because we don't have the data. So I'll put in the continuous contract so we have the data. And it was 180 months ago. 180 months ago. You're kidding me, Megan. No, I'm not. On February 26th of 2010. And if you had put one mini contract on and just kept rolling it over, yep, you're up 354 grand. Now, if you put 10 of them on, you're up 3.5 million. These banks put hundreds of them on, thousands of them on. That's how they get to build those big buildings. But they did it in February of 2010, which nobody was really very bullish at that point. They weren't. They were spooked to hell. And that's when the bank stepped in. They're very, very bullish now. Mhm. And somebody is buying puts, as we've talked about. Let's put this back onto a 5 minute. And if you don't mind, I'm going to put this back in QH25, the actual contract, if you don't mind. And how do we know that they're buying puts? Because we can come here and we can look at the skew on the S&P. Don't know what the skew is? Well, that's not so good. But we look at the skew is at 173, maybe the highest skew reading I've ever seen. The only way we can get a skew reading of 173 is that the big, big billionaires, they have been selling calls to the speculators and they're buying puts, and they've been doing it for the last 2 or 3 months. Not a great timing tool, but it tells us they are very, very defensive. And we described this on Friday. I think we even shared this and said when you get a low VIX matched with a high skew, matched with the S&P damn near in euphoria, almost, you're setting up for a bruising. And there's the bruising tonight. We'll see where it is tomorrow morning. Could be a much, much worse. Because technically, this thing we were saying on Friday, I hated to use the analogy, but got a lot of dry tender out there in this market. Very, very dry. Very dry. And the fire has started. And if the winds start whipping, if if the VIX starts whipping the next couple of days, could be a very big week for the bears. We got some gaps down there. Hate to use the fire analogy, but not suggesting anybody do anything with their money at all. I am suggesting that if you're getting it done with whatever it is you're doing, that you keep doing it. Big proponent of that. If you're doing something that's working, just keep doing it, man. But if you're not, stop, think, look around, think some more, go slow, get an education, think about what you're doing, how you going about it. And we're here and from a member standpoint, we're especially annual members, we're always available. We may not be able to get you out of a slump. If there are any annual members slumping, I hope not. But if they are, we're always available and can always offer you some ideas. But for the most part, we try to, leave folks alone, let them do their own thing. Don't want to influence, but we're here as in a support role. Monthly members, we just, can't. We can help you in the beginning as you get started, but we can't spend that much, as much time. All right. we're going to get back to work here, but we're going to let you watch. This will stay up probably until about 11:30, quarter at 12, looking at Zoom, and then the YouTube session will come to an end. The markets will not close. They will continue to trade, and our machines will continue to trade as well. We have multiple accounts. We trade multiple markets. We also trade options. We also trade currencies. We don't trade the cryptos. We don't. Maybe we should, but we don't. We report on them because people are interested, and um, and that's what we do. We keep this view on the Nasdaq because we know a lot of people like to trade the Nasdaq. So, and if you can trade it and trade it successfully, there isn't a market in the world that you can't trade because it is the crazy ant in the basement, as we mentioned earlier. It's crazy.